near vulnerable people and the organizations that serve them. Clients often have mobility issues and are strained when walking around the Christensen Center to access our office at the end of the hall. Although there is an elevator, they have to walk all the way around the building, so they often come out of breath and in pain. The renovation costs include knocking one wall down to make a room large enough for the FCSS board meetings and internal programs. This request is for the front half of the post house building only, not the back half that was previously the women's shelter. And it will allow us to be closer to our affordable housing tenants. So just seeking county support in this move and their proportionate share of the costs.
Excellent. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Lang and I both toured this site, so there is some work to be done, but the building is actually, I thought, was still in pretty good shape on the interior, and it's been looked after, you know, up to date. And we did have a few concerns about safety there because it's these Andrea and Rebecca would be working alone, but I think we'll be able to address those. A bunch of ideas were kicked around on that, on you know, warning bells and when people access the building, that sort of thing. So the board did approve this, and we're happy to move forward with this. You know, our recommendation is to approve this as well. And I'm not sure, I don't think it's changed anything, but we did talk about potential of renting some of an office space out. Is that still in the works here too? And that funding would go back into FCSS if part of the area that we take over could be rented out as a small office. There are groups out there that may need an office for a day when they come out from Red Deer to do some counseling or some other service that could possibly use an office, but those funds would go back to FCSS as well. I don't know if Councillor Lang has anything else to add on that or not.
Yeah, just a little bit. I do think it is certainly a better location for the type of clientele that goes to FCSS for support, and right downtown with the Pioneer House there, the library there, the food bank there, the shelter or the housing there. And it is, a lot of the clientele that come to FCSS are handicapped in a type of way, so they aren't able to do the stairs in the Christensen Sports Center, so they have to take the elevator and then walk through the gym where everyone's working out. So it's not an ideal setup for many of the clients. But I have a question for Andrea in here, and it's more just to explain to the board the increased operational costs of $14,000. Can you explain why they'd be more down at the new location than in the Christensen Sports Center? So that's one question. And you mentioned that the mayor was the one that came up with the idea. Can you explain the rationale behind that?
Sure. I'll start with your second question, if that's okay. I do believe that it came from the mayor of Rocky Mountain House because she was concerned about vulnerable people and wanting them to access services, and thought, why not make us more centrally located? So that's where it came from. The second question in regards to the increase in cost of about $14,000. So it's due to the increase in utilities. We'll have to get our own photocopier rather than cost sharing with the rec department. It's at a $10 per square foot estimate for the rent, and typically that you can see rent $12,000 on the attached document, moving and operational costs. Typically in our current budget, that includes utilities, photocopier and whatnot, so that's where the increases come from. So that means that we would have to take that from our operational budget, which would then be from the community grants line, so grants to organizations.
One supplemental question. Andrea, do you see potential for the possible rental of those 2 rooms to offset this $14,000? Could the rent go towards that?
Yes, absolutely. We have already tentatively put it out to groups saying that it's not for sure, but would they be interested? And there was 3 agencies that want to be contacted if a space becomes available. So I'm not sure in the amount. We would have to look at how much we would charge for rent, but that would come right back to FCSS to offset that additional 14,000 annually.
Councillor
Morning.
Laird?
Good morning, Andrea. So part of my question was with regard to the revenue that you think you might be getting. Do you have an estimate of what you think that might be yet?
Honestly, I don't think it would add up to the 14,000, just being honest. I think we could, charge 500 for one spot, 300 for another, depending on the office size. And then there's a lot of groups that need just a day or two a month for outreach work. That would be harder to charge for. I think we would have to be lower so that they could afford it. Not a lot of groups can afford a lot right now.
Supplemental
Yeah.
question. Thank you. The other question I had was related to kind of the cost breakdown. I recognize that based on these numbers, it's kind of a two-part question. I assume it's done on a per capita basis, and I'm getting the head nod. Yes, thank you. So based on that, more out of curiosity than anything, and if you don't have the answer and you can email it later if you're not sure, what percentage of the FCS programming is being accessed by county residents?
That's tough to qualify because folks come into town to access our services. So we're not sure how many. We don't take data each time someone comes, but we do get a lot of clients come and call us, so we don't ask where they're located out of. We do get for getting calls. And then for people joining our programs, we do surveys. So that would probably be the most accurate way to find out. I can get back to you on that regarding the surveys we've done for Guys Unleashed and the Gala.
Okay, that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan?
I realize, yes, this is going to cost us more because it's, the 14,000 a year possibly offset. The option, I think here that I approve, or that I'm in favor of, is it does provide a better service in the community, and it's one of those services that it's hard to measure the outcomes as well. All groups struggle with that a bit, trying to, even in their reports, right, when they try to see where their dollars went and how much good they're doing, it's the long-term, hopefully, benefit of a lot of this that we're striving to achieve here. Yeah, and nothing more than that to say. See, I think it's a good move. We just have to, it will cost us more, and it will come after the initial expenses here of the renovations, it will come at the expense of our grant money. So that's, I've mentioned that before in previous budgetary deliberations, that at some point, if we're not providing the services we want in the community, then we'll have to, increase above we can increase. Sorry, I guess Andrew may have to explain this, but it's 80% provincial funded, our grant, and we do the 20%. We can go above our 20%. I don't think there's any room for us to go to, if we increase our 20%, we can't increase the provincial share anymore, can we, at this point?
No,
We're at the maximum,
that's
based
right.
on per capita, again, I believe is how that works. So anything we do to try and offset this would come, in terms of granting out to the community, would come at the cost of the town and the county and the village for that.
Thank you. Councillor Lang?
Just to add a little bit more to Councillor Duncan's remark, yes, it will be an added value service to the community. A lot of the patrons that go to FCSS, they seek services that are confidential in nature, and that confidentiality just isn't there with the location they have. So I actually kind of expect that there'll be a lot more walking through the doors with the move. I don't know, maybe Andrea, I see you nodding your head. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would agree for sure. I think the new building can also be intimidating to folks that don't have a lot, right? We've had people that just have a bike, they're homeless, they have to park their bike and come up. That's not everybody, but quite often folks get a ride to the building and they're lost, they're not sure where to go. They're friendly at guest services at the front desk, but for sure.
Councillor Vandermeer?
Yes, Having listened to the discussion on this, I'm prepared to make a motion of option 1 that County Council support the moving of the FCSS office to the post house and providing their proportionate share of the renovation costs.
The staff recommendation is that we just receive it as information. I don't know if we were hoping to decide option 1 or 2 today, or if that's just a budget decision for at budget time. Administration, is there any clarification?
If council wishes, we could bring the item back, or we can include it in budget. I believe Andrea would need the funding in this year, though, so the budget option wouldn't meet their timelines. So if council would like us to bring it back, we can, or certainly council can make a motion whenever they see fit.
Okay.
I've made a motion. Want the motion to stand.
Okay. Administration, where would this money be coming from out of our current budget, the 2020 budget?
Is there sufficient funding in your budget right now, Matt?
No, we don't have anything within our budget for FCSS that hasn't been already allocated.
So I would suggest a transfer from contingency to Matt's budget to cover that.
So Councillor Vandermeer, you're willing to amend your motion to include the funds are coming from contingency?
Yes.
Yes. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing Councillor Lang?
I just want to add to a question that Councillor Liard had, and I know Andrea's going to get back to you, but it was the proportion of county residents, town and village. And as Andrea alluded to, many of them are of no fixed address. So, yeah.
Okay, see no other comment. I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item 4.2 is a delegation at 10 o'clock, so we will postpone that until 10. So item 5.1, consideration of first, second, and third readings of Bylaw 1101, David Thompson Recreational Board Bylaw.
Thank you, Council. Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services. This morning we have the proposed first, second, and third reading of the David Thompson Recreation Board Bylaw. We've been doing quite a bit of work with Council and our community in trying to redevelop how we administer recreation in this county, especially within the rural, non-developed parts. And part of the overall process, which included the development of 2 new bylaws, we've needed to update the David Thompson bylaw. We've consulted with the David Thompson Recreation Board. It's our understanding that they've reviewed this proposed a bylaw that we're proposing today to council and provided us comment. We've made some changes to the boundaries as well as some wording changes to the bylaw. And as far as we understand, the current David Thompson Recreation Board supports this bylaw, and so we've brought it to council for your consideration today. Councillor Loughy does represent council on the David Thompson Rec Board, so it might be appropriate for him to comment about, especially about the board's review of the bylaw that we're proposing today.
Councillor Lougheed?
Sure, I can make a few comments. Basically, yes, I think the rec board was very supportive of the changes here. One of the concerns that was meant, this board has operated without pay in the past with a small honorarium for mileage and meeting of. One of the great benefits of having a fairly large board is having that community networking. And some of the concerns were there that perhaps if the model of funding or compensation for being a member of that board exceeded a certain amount, that it would be, quite frankly, if you're spending $20,000 a year to administer $30,000 a year, it doesn't seem to make sense. So they would rather see that money in the community and working for their citizens. But that was, didn't want to see a unintended future consequence of having to restrict that membership to try and meet a budget restraint. So I think that was one of the debates and concerns, and that's why they've operated up to this point with minimal compensation for board. And I think, I think just to state again how important that community representation and membership has been to the success of that group.
If I may, I think Councillor Lougheed expressed, exactly what we heard regarding the board size. It is quite large, but it's quite effective in our opinion and theirs as far as representing the entire community that they do. So they would like to keep that that structure, the way their board operates, and our intention of this recreation review was never to change what the David Thompson Group's been doing, because they've been doing great work and they're very sophisticated in what they do, versus the new groups that we're starting are going to be, in a very different situation. So we wanted to respect that, and we understand the perspective about the compensation. We did include the ability for them to be compensated in some manner in the bylaw, but that's not necessarily budgeted right now. I think the only change that we might consider recommending to council during budget time would be obviously recognizing that we moved Arbutus into their area and appropriate funding needs to follow that. But as well, we may want to separate out the mileage that the compensation they currently provide is mileage, and that seems to be working for them, and they're happy with that. But we may want to separate that out from their total allocation so that it's outside of the pool of money used to fund the community, and the mileage is just a separate pool. It's fairly consistent from year to year because they are picking on, well, a lot of the board members are long serving, but when they do change, they select from the same area, so the mileage to the meetings is really the same. So I feel like we could address that, which would better separate that funding, but still be in line with how the board would like to see, themselves compensated, which is mileage only. So beyond those, there was just some minor changes to the overall bylaw. I don't think I really need to go through it word by word. But one of the key things to consider is that we have added the Arbutus area and kept the Evergreen area, the hall and skating rink in the David Thompson Rec area as they wished.
Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Laird.
Thank you, Matt, for putting this together, because I know that it's something we want to make sure that we're appropriately recognizing the good work the folks in the community are doing. On page 79 of 144, at the top, you've got each, it looks like it's a rotational basis of choosing members, because you've got 2019, 2020, and 2021 at the top of that page. Is that what the intent is for this, or can we put it on a 3-year rotation basis so that this bylaw doesn't have to keep coming back? Because according to this, the bylaw timeline, it'll run out for when they're changing out their members, if that's what the intent is. Maybe there's a different way we could do this.
I think if it pleases council, we could still enable them to have a way to resource the board in a way that has continuity, because I think that's what they're trying to achieve here. But I very much appreciate what you're mentioning, which is maybe we've opened ourselves up to having a bylaw that may have to be updated sooner than later if the board wishes to change. Maybe we want to have Gimlet, moved off and replaced with Condor area or something like that. So I think administration could easily make an amendment that allows for that continuity but doesn't lock us in.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, and I'm going, perhaps it can be done with, at the beginning of this cycle on this new bylaw, we've got year 1, year 2, year 3. Would that simplify this?
Yeah, I think that would very much achieve what we were trying to accomplish.
Yes.
If I may, Councillor Lougheed, you work with this group, would that still achieve the same result?
Yeah, I don't think there would be any problem with that. The real benefit here is that you don't have a complete change of the board every time, and that there's an opportunity to fill those vacancies. If there was a vacancy from one of those communities, then that could be filled then without creating a disruption to the cycle.
Councillor Duncan, your light was on.
I think it's been answered. I'm just trying to help find the right wording here. I think some of the other boards and stuff I've been on, it just says that members will be placed on a rotational basis instead of, as Councillor Laird has suggested, that it be set out right here in the bylaw. It could be as simple as that. And I don't know if we've ever had just an addendum or a procedure or something attached to it for the. Anyway, I trust administration can find a way that the wording will make sense. And
essentially, I think we could just word it suggesting that under D, organizations from following areas may submit names to the Recreation Board for one member for the following cycle of 3 years, and then just lay out those communities and lay out that they'll be appointed in a 3-year cycle, and that allows them the flexibility to appoint kind of the communities in whatever cycle they want, ensuring the continuity they want. Because really, I think the only key part that we want to reflect in the bylaw is the communities that they're represented. Exactly how and when the appointments happen, it's really up to the board, as long as all of those communities are represented on the board. So if we can reflect that, I feel that really achieves what we want, but also allows for that flexibility. So I think we could easily do that.
Any other comments about the bylaw? So the staff recommendation is that we do first, second, and third reading, but if we're going to be changing the wording to B1, perhaps we should just do first and second today and give admin time to get the correct?
I am
correct
told,
wording?
I am told we can approve with the amendments. And further, some of the detail that is in here, can be included in the terms of reference, which are far more flexible, than the bylaw. So if we wish to just approve, with the amendments that I suggested, that just, lays out the communities, that need to be appointed to the board, the term cycles and things will include in the terms of reference. So essentially, the amendment would be to remove the dates, and the wording would be, the organizations from the following areas may submit names to the Recreation Board for one member for the following terms expiring December 31st. And that would just be those communities. And then in the terms of reference, we'll talk about the 3-year cycles and the continuity procedures for governance structures.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns about the bylaw?
If we could ask for one more amendment, we've accidentally referred to the county as the municipal district, number 99 on which page? So page 1 and 2 of the bylaw?
Where it all references Clearwater County, it's in the bylaw as in the Clearwater County. Those will all be.
So if we could just have council also agree to amend any reference to the municipal district of 99 to Clearwater County.
Okay.
It's several places throughout, so we apologize for that. We're living in the past, some of us.
So seeing no further comments, actually one more comment, Deputy Reeves, Swanson?
I was going to move first reading if there was no other discussion.
Okay.
So I'll move first reading as per discussion and amendments that have been suggested.
Further discussion on first reading? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Is there a mover for second reading? Councillor Vandermeer so moves. Further discussion on second reading? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries. A motion to allow third reading today. Councillor Lougheed. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. And finally, a motion for third reading. Councillor Lang. Any discussion on third reading? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
9:31, we will move on to item 5.2. The Ferrier Community Association request for recreational funding from the 2020 North Saskatchewan Recreation Board funding stream.
Thank you. So this item is the Ferrier Community's request for capital funding. Provided council with the application form and the request for recreation funding to improve their skating rink, including the purchase of a Zamboni for maintenance of the ice surface. So I think when council's had a chance to see their application form, which kind of outlines their plan and their request for recreation funding. And also, in the item, we've provided a little bit of a history because we have provided the Ferrier Community Association with some funding for another project that they're currently undertaking, which is under the community hall funding, both capital and of course they receive their operating funding as well. So this is concerning recreation, and of course because we do not have the new rec boards functioning in this fiscal year. Council's the default rec board. Next year, we expect these types of requests to go through the recreation boards, but of course, because council's still the default rec board, you'll be reviewing this, and there is available funding in the area's allocation for this year. So I'll turn it back over to Reeve if there's any questions, comments.
Questions or comments from council? Councillor Laird.
Just to clarify, and perhaps just help me remind my memory, does Ferrier Community not access some funding through the Rocky Rec Board at this time, or whatever it's called at the moment?
No. So the as we've discussed, when we did the mapping for the rec boards, our old rec agreements with the town does include a small portion of the county outside, but the Ferrier communities never received any funding through the town. They've made requests. So a part of I think what's driven us to create our own rec boards out in the community is, that inequity between community groups in the town and in the county and their ability to get funding.
So what I am hearing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that they have in the past asked for funding through the Rocky Rec Board and were told no.
That's correct.
And now we have to reorganize ourselves because there seems to be a lack of sharing?
Yeah, there was never anything in our rec agreements that laid out any measure of what kind of funding goes to facilities outside the county, whereas there was, there's all sorts of information in our agreements that talk about how facilities will be funded within. So
You mean within the town, not within the county?
yes, so facilities within the town, our agreements, are pretty clear on what funding goes where and how it's split up and things of that nature. The bylaw is the only document that really references an area outside the town that the town is responsible for. None of that was ever carried into an agreement, so there's really nothing, no mechanism or accountability to get any funding for our community groups, other than providing ourselves. Otherwise, there's just a desert of recreation, in those areas.
Thank you for clarifying. I think that is food for thought as we go into budget for, and our discussions will transpire out of how we deal with making sure that we fund these recreational deserts, as you call them. Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
I think Councillor Liard hit upon where I was going to go. Ferrier's in my area, and I know they have come to the Rocky and Area Rec Board in the past for funding, and they have been denied. And I guess the part that really kind of bothers me is that there is a large portion of the town residents, kids that use the area, and so that community is paying for the electrical, and the volunteers are cleaning the ice and removing the snow, and with, with no funding, basically all volunteerism out there. So I I do see that they got the Zamboni from the town, which I hope that's a good deal. I don't know if 7,200 for the Zamboni is a good deal or not, but I know it will help the Ferrier volunteers out there. So I would like to see this request that they're asking for go to the Ferrier community. But I'm not sure, is this something that we have to look at during budget time, or, because it's for next year? Murray?
Thank you. I guess it depends when council would like to consider this. Mr. Martinson's pointed out that there is $20,000 available in the North Saskatchewan Fund in 2020. It is a grant, so it would be considered an expense to Clearwater County when it is authorized and provided to the Community Association, if that's council's desire. So it could be a 2020 expenditure, or it could be deferred to 2021 at council's discretion.
Before we continue, could we just turn up the volume a little bit? I'm having a real difficulty hearing people. Is that just me, or is everyone? I guess it's just me. Could we tweak the volume a bit? Thank you.
Combine ears.
Tractor ears, apparently. Councillor Lougheed.
Well, sure, I might be suffering from the same thing, but very complete application here. I just wondered, were there any other applications from community groups that might be in this recreation area or formerly in this recreation area?
We aren't aware of any pending applications in this recreation area. We are aware one community, Arbutus, is considering an application in the, which would be under a different recreation for now. They're moving into David Thompson next year. But no, for this area where Mr. Hagan pointed out there's $20,000 available, we're not aware of any applications to date. So there is available funding for recreation and both areas that council just created under new bylaw. So we do expect council to consider another application from Arbutus potentially for this year. It would be under another pool of money, but for this pool, there's $20,000 available, and we're not aware of anybody that may access it. But that doesn't mean other applications couldn't come.
Yes.
Just one further, more out of curiosity. This looks as though it is an application form that was formulated by us, and it's very, very itemized, very, very complete. Has this always been in existence? I made some inquiries some time back, and there was no application form at that time, so I was trying to accommodate a community that was interested in applying, and there was no prescribed form at that time, and I think that may have created some difficulty in for that community to move forward with an application.
So we're kind of moving as processes move in place. So since we've started, council had first, second, and third reading of the new bylaws about a month ago. We've built these application forms and sent them out. So Ferrier and Arbutus were the two groups that we were aware of that were seeking funding. So those were the two that got the applications first when they were developed. And we do plan on making them available now for all groups that we're aware of that would be applicable, which is, you know, anybody in recreation in our community that has recreation infrastructure, recreation programming. Again, eventually these applications will be reviewed by the boards that council sets up and ultimately appoints this fall. For now, council's reviewing them, and we appreciate the feedback on the form. Thank you. We're hope to make them user-friendly but detailed, so we could get the information we needed, but they could be easily done by our community group partners in 45 minutes or an hour. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
It'd be my opinion that this would be one we would want to move forward with this year because the money is in this year's budget. They also have acquired the Zamboni. They need to get it under a roof, and I'm suspecting they would like to probably do that before the snow flies here. We'll give them that opportunity if we can approve this today. My only question is, going back probably to the terms of reference of the bylaw, we are okay with capital and or programming for these funding? It doesn't have to be, capital is an okay part of this?
Yes, so the rec funding's, fairly flexible so that we can cover both. So one of the other projects that we covered was the Shiloh fence. That was a project that needed in the community, and so that was kind of capital in nature. But we certainly would consider operating as well, depending on what the project was. So we want it to be flexible. We expect more of it to be capital in nature, such as shale for the ball diamonds or replacement soccer nets. But certainly operating is more of a down the line. David Thompson does operating. Again, they're more sophisticated at this time, so they'll invest in something like floor curling for seniors at the community hall. That's more operating in nature, but without their support, that project probably wouldn't happen, and that element of recreation wouldn't occur. So those are projects that we very much support and potentially could support in our new rec areas, but we don't expect to. Those things kind of take time to develop.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Hagan, you have a response?
Not a response, Reeve. A further question from Mr. Martinson. Perhaps I missed it here, Matt, but I was just curious if the Community Association has indicated any anticipation of increased operating expenses going forward if they go ahead with these capital expenditures, particularly the operation of the Zamboni, and could that be an impact to this council to have to consider further funding?
Yeah, I would expect there would be operating costs. We haven't made any commitments to cover them. They may still, come and ask for it. The rec funding is not consistent in nature like it would be from a community hall perspective. So there definitely will be some operating costs, especially on an older Zamboni. I would assume, the town's surplusing it for a reason. But, being that it may get considerably less usage, meaning once a week, once a month versus a dozen times a day, it still may suit its purpose for what Ferrier needs. So, but to answer Mr. Hagan's question, certainly there's going to be some operating there. We would expect that the group's aware of that, and that this is part of a larger plan to bring in revenues through community involvement, because as I believe Councillor Lang has pointed out, it's a fairly busy community around there, and these areas are fairly busy. We know that from helping this group update their soccer field. It's fairly busy, and the amount of folks that were disappointed to have it out for a year were significant. So we're aware of how valued this infrastructure is to that community.
Councillor Lang.
I just want to put forth a motion that council grant the request of Ferrier Community Association for $14,792.60 to come out of the 2020 North Saskatchewan Recreation funding stream.
Okay, we have a motion. Councillor Laird? Any other discussion or further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And just one follow-up, the Raven Recreational District then has an additional $20,000 allocated in the 2020 budget?
It's not quite 20,000 because the Shiloh project did come out of it. So I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but there is money available in that area.
For the community groups now?
For the community groups.
Okay.
12 left. So there's 12 left. We do expect Arbutus to submit an application still this year because that was the area they were kind of put in before we consulted David Thompson and agreed that they make a lot of sense to go together. Ball teams play in that community together, so if Arbutus gets an application, we would be asking council to consider it under that funding pool, and then we'll be looking to kind of send them off to David Thompson's stewardship with an appropriate budget for them to consider as well. So yes, beyond that, there is available funding. There's 5,000 roughly available in the North Saskatchewan still after this motion, and 14,000 in the Raven area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So next on the agenda is item 6.1, the 2020 capital budget adjustment. It is now 10:02, so we will have a break. We'll have the Zoom meeting all set up, and we will be back at 10 with item 4.2, the Rocky Mountain House Wildfire Mitigation Strategy. Thank you. It is 10:06. We had a few technical difficulties that are now resolved, so we will be beginning item 4.2. The agenda is a little changed. We have, instead of having Heinrich from Palisade Consulting, we have Patricia Golick leading us in a discussion on the Rocky Mountain House wildfire mitigation strategy. Welcome, Pat, and we will just go around the council table here and do our introductions for you.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1, which is southwest of Rocky Mountain House.
Good morning, Pat. Cami Laird, Division 2, and that's the area east of Timey Road on basically straddling Highway 598.
Good morning, Pat. Daryl Wahid, Councillor for Division 3, and that is East Central.
Tim Hoven, Reeve, Clearwater County. I'm the councillor for Division 6, which is the south end of the county.
Good morning. Michelle Swanson, Deputy Reeve, and Councillor for Division 7, which is everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Pat. John Vandermeer, Councillor for Division 4. It's north and west of Caroline.
Good morning, Pat. My name is Teresa Lang. I'm Councillor for Division 5, which is basically from Rocky Mountain House through to the West Country.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Pat. My name's Rick Emmons, CAO, Clearwater County.
Morning. And good morning, Pat. It's Steve, DBN Regional Fire Chief with Clearwater County. Good to see you.
See you, Steve.
And you have the floor, Pat.
Hey, well, thanks for inviting us to this presentation. It was truly a pleasure for us to work in this part of the world. We have a lot of time working and playing in the Clearwater area, so it was nice to have a good excuse to come back and look for. So, without any more further ado, it's the two of us did this strategy, and the stakeholders that we had, Clearwater County, the Regional Fire Rescue Service, Alberta Wildfire, and it was funded by the FRIA, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta. So, what is a wildfire mitigation strategy? Well, what we want to do is with the strategy, we want to identify and address the wildland urban hazards in the town of, and then come up with a way to mitigate risk and the consequences of a wildfire. And the one thing that people sometimes lose sight of with the wildland urban interface is that it's not always fire from outside into a town, but they can also go from an urban out into the surrounding rural areas. And so we look at it going both ways. It's not a one-way street, so to speak. So the goal of the strategy is to provide a guide for the town to implement some fire smart initiatives while retaining or enhancing environment.
Pat, if you could just hold on, we're having a couple technical difficulties here. Your voice is cutting in and out, so we'll just see if we can get these resolved quickly.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that, Pat.
All right. So our objectives in this strategy were to identify and quantify the hazards within develop it. Look at the fire, do a wildfire to develop some fuel strategies and to recommend options to improve fire going forward. We have legislative bill create a level of wildfire safety applications inform industry and
Pat, if you could just pause again.
It's going to be her cell phone.
Pat, unfortunately, we think
oh,
it might be your cell
the
phone.
audio guys is broken as well. like, I can understand you, but yeah.
So I don't know if it makes sense for us to continue with the technical difficulties.
Does Pat have a landline
Do you have a landline, Pat,
with speakerphone?
with speakerphone?
No, I don't. I honestly don't think it's the cell phone because the audio I'm getting is broken.
Okay. What are some options? Could we try again maybe at 1 o'clock and see if we can get the technical difficulties resolved then? Or as the fire chief, would you be comfortable enough with material? No?
Not this material.
Okay. Are you available at 1 PM today? And we can we can resolve these and try again at 1?
Certainly, I can be available whenever you'd like.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, well, now you're good. So let's try again and we'll see if it can work.
Okay, so Tracy, you'll send me a new invitation or you want me to use the same one?
Just keep talking like that. We can hear you just fine now.
Okay, I got the cell phone back up again. Okay, so this is all right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'll speak louder and continue. All right, so FireSmart has 7 disciplines. They're listed here, and we look at each and every one of them in the wildfire mitigation strategy. So hazards, vegetation, development, public education, and then how do we respond to wildfire events. So here's our planning area, town of Rocky Mountain House, roughly 2 miles outside of it. It's kind of difficult to do, and the town has a very long shape. It's not square. This is what we looked at. The yellow line is the forest protection area that's under the where Alberta Agriculture and Forestry would respond to fires. And yeah, these are the significant. So what we looked at the wildfire history and found that fire, as you know, is a frequent occurrence in the area. We calculated an average potential for an average of about 1.5 fires per year, typically during the spring tiered grass season. So that's when the grass is dry, and we all know that. So we had human-caused fires. There were 86 between 1961 and 2018, and lightning-caused. We had 1 fire between 1961 and 2018, which is less than what I expected, but that's what the data are showing. These are the data from Alberta Agriculture and Forestry, and these are fires that they responded to. They're not the municipal fire. The one major historical wildfire that was in the region was in February of 1934, and we have a bit of an account of that from Eric Houston that's in the history of the Alberta Forest Service, where he says there was a fire that started at ICAP, west of town. It went for a 9-mile run through the bush, driven by a strong western town. As it was getting close, Houston was running around, rounding up men to go out and fight it. The town was on alert. Everybody was sent home and told to wait by their cars. They were worried it was going to jump the Saskatchewan River. And the last guy that Houston picked up was the Anglican minister. And the minister saw the fire and said, like, what the heck are we going to do? And Jesus told him that if he was a minister, he'd be praying. So the minister prayed, and 15 minutes later, the wind shifted direction, and the minister left convinced in his powers. So that's a little bit of a historical footnote for the area. So here's where the ones that we've seen, and again, these are ones that that Agriculture and Forestry responded to from 1961 to 2018. And then here's the large ones. Now, obviously, I don't have the one from 1934, but there's a couple of big ones from 1949 and one from 1968 that show me on the data.
And the one from 1949 and 1968, those were both human caused?
They were what?
They were not lightning strikes, it was human error? Human negligence?
The lightning strike one, that other data were newer stuff. I only have the old data for the big fires.
Okay.
So I didn't know what started the old ones. Okay, so what we look at is, when we look at fuels, the fuels have a big impact on the threat because, of course, the type of fuel indicates the intensity and the viability of the fire. So Rocky is surrounded by deciduous forest, grass, and some conifer. When you look at the fuel map here, the ones that we're concerned about is the dark green, and that is the C2 fuels as they're rated, and that is spruce. And so the reason that spruce gets a higher rating than pine is because spruce has branches that go all the way to the ground, and that's what we call ladder fuel. So you start out with a little grass fire, and it's just putting along, not doing much, and it comes to a spruce stand. It can just go up those branches and then ignite the spruce trees, and next thing you know, you have a crown fire, and that's a lot more serious. So what we keep an eye on is the spruce. So you'll see these, and so notice where the dark green is, and you'll see how that translates. And here's your spring fire hazard. So we have a hazard in the grassy areas, yes, but the big hazard is in the spruce stand. So that what was green in the fuels turns up red on the spring hazard. So east of Highway 11, there are larger areas of grass and tamarack in the wetlands. The east bank of the river has pockets of spruce, which you can see on the fuel map and on the wildfire threat map. Then east of the river, the vegetation transitions into agriculture and grass. And west of the river, it transitions and C2 and C3, so it's spruce and pine fuels with grass and some mixed with them. So there's also dry standing matted grass. And the one thing we always need to point out is that the largest risk for homes isn't always the actual fire, but it's the embers that fall on flammable material. Fire can start from embers, from radiant heat, or from direct fuel and pinch. And embers are a big thing. Embers fly a long ways. They're by the winds that are also pushing the fire. So things like piles, dry grass, and it's very important. So to look at this, what we did was we broke the planning area up into 6 planning units, and you'll see them here. So we broke up the town. The Unit 5 was the kind of the urban core of Rocky, right in here, and then the urban fringe was the Clearwater part. When we went and did the assessment, we assessed each unit, like unit by unit, using a standard Fire Smart form. We looked at generally roofing material, roof cleanliness, sidings, the eaves, all the structural components of the houses. We didn't do it house by house, but we kind of looked generally. Generally, how are the eaves? What kind of windows are there? You know, how are people storing their combustibles? Is there a slope, forest? Are there ladder fuels? And then we look at, okay, so there are fuels. What can we do to reduce wildfire intensity and the rate of spread? We can remove fuel, we can reduce it, or we can plant a different species, a species that doesn't have the ground. So the Fire Smart guidelines identify, we used to have 3 zones. Zone 1 went to 10 meters, then 30 meters, then 100 meters from the house. More recently, the area right adjacent to the home has been identified as being a lot more important than what was originally thought. There is now Zone 1A, which is a non-combustible zone that is 1.5 meters from the dwelling. And that has become very important. So we have vegetation management priorities is to get rid of all those fuels within the Zone 1A. Everything should go. And we have more and more examples from recent fires of homes catching on fire because that one ornamental cedar tree right adjacent to the house under the eaves got hit with some embers and ignited and ended up igniting the entire house. So the other thing is leaves, gutters, leaves, needles, and other debris in the roof gutters. Some of the roofs, if the roof is getting older and the shingles are starting to curl, there are, it's a way to capture leaves and needles and have them sitting on the roof. And of course, they are more susceptible to burn. I'm going through this kind of fast, so if anyone has any questions, please stop me. Okay, so there needs to be a 1.5 meter non-combustible zone around the home and the deck. Again, for this reason. Something adjacent to the house catches on fire, it can ignite the whole structure. So then we have different fuel reduction normally within priority zones 1, 2, and 3. So all the dead plants, the leaves and the weeds within 10 meters of a home should be gone. The grass and the weeds should be kept mowed. You don't want long grass leading up to your house. And coniferous trees should be thinned to a minimum of 3 meters between the grounds, within 30 meters of. So what we recommended for the town of Rocky Mountain House is to do some fuel reduction in the spruce beds throughout the town, the ones that are in the vicinity of residential dwellings, and to consider mulching spruce stands. And that's to get rid of the debris that's on the ground, because what we found again is that these embers can get into the materials on the ground and can sit there and can ignite. And if it's mulched, that is much less likely to happen. Grass burning or mowing in unoccupied open areas should be done as well. As we've seen from the data, a large number of the fires happen in the spring when the grass is dry. And there are large areas up in the town of Rocky Mountain House that have grass. And continue to manage the grass around residential properties, power lines, and roads. Rights of way like pipelines and power lines can be a real highway, particularly in the spring if grass gets ignited along a right-of-way and the grass is long. The fire can travel right along it a lot quicker and a lot further than you might expect. So the vegetation management priorities that we identified was overstory and understory thinning to a minimum of 3 meters between crowns, ladder fields, those are those spruce branches, clip them off to a minimum of 2 meters from the ground level, get rid of dead and down woody materials, and the woody materials can be disposed of. They can either be piled and burnt, or they can be removed from the site, or they can be mulched. But here's the vegetation management that we have identified that could potentially be done. And so part of the idea of us doing this wildfire mitigation strategy is to identify these things. So then the town can proceed as they have funding and as they are inclined, in a stepwise manner and address. I've also shown the areas that are have recently been done or are currently being done by Alberta Forestry, north and west. We went out and helped. So that's a good area. Like you can see they're making a line there. Your prevailing winds are from the northwest, so that it's the idea with the fuel vegetation management is not going to stop a fire, but the idea is that it will slow it down and make it less intense, but it's less there burn should a fire get to that area. The grass fields that we've identified that should be maintained are shown here. Quite a bit of grass that should be mowed or burned in the spring and the fall. Then we have a maintenance plan to make sure that there's natural and developed water sources, the linear rights-of-way, as I was speaking of, the pipelines, that kind of thing. Manage the grass fields along the access road. Keep grass needs to be maintain the field modified sites, regular inspections, and then of course it's all subject to budget. And then when it comes to legislation and planning, which is one of the fire smart pillars, we've recommended that that future developments within the town have controls on combustible roofing materials. The town architectural guidelines should be revised to reflect fire smart standards. Currently, they are promoting cedar shake, and that's fine if the cedar shakes have been treated and if they're installed correctly. All future developments should consider the standards in the Alberta Fire Code and NFPA 1142, and that is the standard for water supply in suburban and rural areas. We're also recommending that a wildfire risk assessment should be completed for any new developments that are at risk of wildfire. And again, by looking at the maps where we're showing that there is a threat, should a developer come along and want to create something new, they should look at wildfire and incorporate that into the planning right from the get-go. We're recommending that you continue to use parks and open spaces as vegetation safety zones and extend them into development. Parks should be considered for vegetation management to reduce wildfire. And we're recommending that the municipal development legislation be revised, recognize wildfire as a development constraint. And it's being done more and more throughout Alberta. Slave Lake has really beefed up their land use bylaw to require fire smart development for new construction. Require a 1.5 meter non-combustible zone around new dwellings. Require the use of fire smart exterior building materials. Require a wildfire risk assessment and appropriate vegetation management in-house. So along with this, I mean, we can't just come up with a new bylaw and throw this without education. People need to realize that that there is a potential for wildfire to impact their community, and so education is key, and everyone needs to work together. And then on that same vein, interagencies, they need to talk to one another and to know that they can work together in the event of an emergency. So sharing resources, equipment, communications, and cross-training, mutual agreement, all these things play into being ready for. These are your guys here. I think this was at West Castle, was it, Steve?
No, Pat, I believe that was at the Norbord plant in High Level.
Oh, okay. All right. They were at High Level with Marie there. Yep, that's the guys anyway. So working together is a way to help respond to this. Municipalities need to be able to respond, and major events cannot be handled by a single. They need help. And so the pre-planning and the training, the cooperation ahead of the game is key to making these run as smoothly as possible. So for emergency planning, you have your emergency plan, wildfire preparedness guide, mutual aid agreement, and it's all administered or delivered, I guess, by way of an incident command. So we've included recommendations for consideration by the town. We've developed action plans. And so at this point, the administration review has been complete. We are presenting to you this morning and to Rocky this evening. And we are hopeful that having this plan in place will make the municipality eligible for future Fire Smart funding from the Forest Resource Improvement Association. They have a defined plan and certain objectives. So we've had some help along the way. We've had help from Steve, from Support and Development, from Kathleen Johnson, from Christine Haggard. And the Wildfire Management Branch of Alberta Agriculture and Forestry is really good. They have they've shared data that they have, and Chris has had some good ideas and input. So include early identification of the hazard and risk. What we've done together with prompt and cooperative mitigated action is the best way to get Rocky on track to being a part of the community. And that concludes it. Certainly answer any questions. It was a lot. It's a big document. I went through a lot. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Any questions from council? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Pat. Just one question on fires themselves. The embers you talked about, being a risk to the roofs and that, are they generated through grass fires as well as the wood fires, the tree fires?
No, not to the same extent, because what you need is you need like a chunk of burning stuff to go through the air to land on your roof. So when you have a grass fire, you don't really, it's the grass burns, but you don't have the you don't have embers. And so with a forest fire, there's chunks of needles and cones and whatnot and small branches that they're ignited and they're lifted up by the convective column and then blown by the wind, and they can land on your roof. So it's an ember, so it can sit there and it's got enough material to burn for it. And the one recent example we have of that was the Tuckegee Creek fire. Murray did an assessment of some of the Paddle Prairie residences that burnt down, and I forget how many holes he counted in a kid's trampoline outside of a house, and it's the ember showers. It's thousands and thousands of little bits of burning wood that land on your roof. And if your roof is made of a mistake, and all these little embers land on it, your roof is going to.
Thank you. One other question. How do you deal with or sort of rationalize some of the fire smart things in agricultural areas where people are managing grass for different reasons than fire, if they're trying to hold grass for fall pasture or spring pasture even? In the agricultural areas, what you found is that if they're using it for pasture, it's being grazed. So the cattle or the horses or whatever are eating, and it's not just sitting there and growing year after year. So a pasture is and even if you're leaving it for 1 year, if it's been grazed the previous year, there's not going to be a lot of dead material there in the spring, right? It has been eaten. Whereas if you're looking at just an open, an undeveloped area within the town, the grass grows 1 year and then it dies and it lays there, and then it comes up again and then it dies and then it lays there, and so you get a real fuel accumulation, and that is what can produce more of fire. Good. Thank you for that. And just one last question. Can FREA money be accessed for yearly operational costs like mowing, or is it more just for the, the fire smart activities?
It is for the fire smart activities. And in the past, they have funded some of the fuel mitigation work, like thinning within forests, but they're clamping down on that. I think their funding is being reduced, and the work is quite expensive. So they're cutting back on some of that and focusing more on the planning, but they have never, to my knowledge, ever funded any mowing.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions from council? I don't see any other questions. Pat, thank you so much for your time. Or Steve?
Sorry, Reeve Hoven. Pat, thank you from us, and both you and Murray have been fantastic to deal with. Your experience and education on the Fire Smart principles have been second to none. Also, Pat, I know a bit of the background, but thank you for stepping up today and presenting, and best wishes to you and Murray.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So we have, the staff recommendation is that council receives the Rocky Mountain House Wildfire Mitigation Strategy for information as presented. Councillor Duncan so moves. All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much, Pat.
Thank you.
So we will move on to item 6.1, Emergency and Legislative Services, the 2020 Capital Budget Adjustment, CRFRS Unit 201.
Good morning, Reeve Hoven and Council. So some background on this. Council approved in their 2020 capital budget $525,000 for the replacement of Unit 201 to be located at the Condor Station 20. The current 201 is a 2002 Superior brush truck with a non-integrated, and I'm going to use the metric, 480 gallons a minute waterless pump. This truck was scheduled for replacement 1 year early due to the fact that the Fire Underwriter Survey, or FUS, has deemed the truck not a frontline apparatus. The pump size does not meet the minimal acceptable standard of 750 gallons a minute. In their 2020 review, FUS granted Clearwater County time to put a new 201 truck in service by the end of 2020 without downgrading the insurance rating for the area. Without a new unit, 201, they would deem the area of Condor as unprotected for equipment due to the distance to the next available engine coming from Leslieville Station 10. Over the last few years, CRFRS Apparatus and Equipment Committee has been working with the county's fleet manager to develop the standards to meet the requirements of the NFPA, or National Fire Protection Association, FUS, CSA, and our county's fleet management plan. At budget deliberations, administration noted that the intent to purchase a stock unit off the line. However, in speaking with several manufacturers, Rosenbauer, SVI, E1, Pierce, and Maximetal, none were able to meet the requirements of the committee. Working with the fleet manager, we engaged Commercial Truck to assist on the design, utilizing standard specifications from the 3 CRFRS trucks already in production. The design came back as a Maximetal built truck valued at $620,000. After consultation with Commercial Truck and the committee members again, we were able to shift this unit to a Pierce built truck for $563,943. The Pierce truck would come close to meeting the specs set out by the committee, however, would not include a multiplex system and a Vista screen.
Chief, what is a multiplex system and a Vista screen?
Perfect. The Vista screen actually takes a conglomeration of all the rocker toggle switches in the trucks for all the different types of lighting and converts it into a small screen that it becomes a push button to eliminate the use of all the toggle switches. The multiplex system is designed for the maintenance side of the truck, where the mechanics can plug directly into it and be able to troubleshoot the truck and all the interworkings of the truck.
Okay.
So it would not affect any operational usage of the unit at all.
Thank you.
Both specs included the following key highlights: a Freightliner SD 4x4 chassis for off-road wildland capabilities, a Watrous 1,250-gallon pump for structural firefighting, pump and roll capability, 1,000 gallons of water with foam capability, which ultimately the truck would be designed as a Type 3 engine, but outfitted as a Type 1 engine for structural firefighting. So it's kind of a versatile unit that way. It would meet all the fuss requirements as a frontline engine. The price difference above is due to Pierce being more competitive in the Type 3 market in Canada than Maxi Metal at this present time. The price of steel and the US dollar has impacted the cost of fire apparatus in 2020. COVID-19 has also impacted productivity, therefore driving the costs higher. Should Council agree, administration would proceed with the order for Unit 201, the attached spec, with a total budget of $575,000, $565,000 for the apparatus and $10,000 for the AFRAX radio, which would align to Council's recommendation earlier of all frontline engines would have an AFRAX radio. No budget adjustment is required at this time, as funds for Unit 201 remain in the apparatus reserve, and in this case, the draw from reserve for 2020 would only be 10% deposit required during order of the fire apparatus, and the balance to come from reserves in the 2021 budget. For Council's information, the projected balance of the fire apparatus reserve at December 31st, 2020 is currently $1,205,579. A recommendation is that Council accept the 2020 capital budget update from Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Unit 201 as information and support administration's recommendation to utilize fire reserves in 2020 for Unit 201 deposit and for the balance to be funded from reserves in 2021 for a total apparatus cost of $575,000.
Questions from council? Councillor Duncan.
What's the lifespan of this truck?
20 years.
20 years.
Councillor Laird.
Yes, I actually have questions with regard to page 110 of 144. It's the firefighters underwriters survey. On that portion, if you look, there's a table, and it kind of outlines what our previous and what our current underwriter survey ratings are. According to this, it looks like on the top where it says Nordeg, the provisions for staffing do not meet minimum requirements. And then it says for Leslieville, provisions for staffing and apparatus do not meet minimum requirements. And then if you look down in the next table with regard to dwelling grade, we've got the same comments. Would you mind providing your understanding of why that is?
Absolutely. Good question, Councillor Laird. The provision for Nordeg is a staffing does not meet the requirements. So under fire underwriters, they require minimum of 15 members per station to be classified. So we have the provision with Nordeg. In Condor, the reason we don't have a provision is at the time of the spec, or the time we did the review, we were in the middle of speccing this 205 unit. So that did come up in consultation with fire underwriters. So they did not put a provision in it for Condor. They said it would just be removed in a year anyway, so it was not a big challenge. That's why there's no provision there. And in Leslieville, our numbers were down. We are now, with our new intake, we are now above. So that provision will lift. And they did include for the apparatus, and in talking with fire underwriters, the reason they put the apparatus in there is our current 101, which would replace the new 101 being built would replace the current 101. And it is 1 year outside of its lifespan, so they do put the provision in there, even though there is a truck on order to be delivered this year. So again, in 2021, January 2021, fire underwriters will look at this again and be lifting the provision on Leslieville.
Subsequent question, or supplemental. You indicated that we do not have minimum requirements for Nordegg or Leslieville for firefighters. How many are in each?
Give me 1 second. Leslieville and Nordegg. At 11,
Okay,
and 10 in Nordegg. And that was before our new intake, sorry.
Yes.
if I may, how many of those firefighters in Nordegg actually live there?
Three at this time.
Great, thank you. So I did note that I anticipated that Leslieville's engine was outside of its lifespan. And I know that it's been on order, I believe, for 3 years. So we expect it to be delivered when?
We are anticipating delivery late November, early December of 2020, on schedule.
2020. All right, now getting back to this truck that you're putting in front of us today. We are replacing on a 20-year cycle to ensure that it needs to be within the fire underwriters. The current truck is a 2002 model, making it 18 years old, so it'd be 2 years early. It takes 1 year to build a truck, so basically it should be arriving late 2021, which will put it on time. Maybe, given that the minimum pump spec for fire underwriters survey is 750 gallons per minute, and I note that this one is 1,250 gallons per minute, and we want it to also be, so I think that's more than you need to meet the minimum. And given that this is 1,000 gallons of water on what would be also a wildland unit, that's 10,000 pounds of weight in water alone. It appears as though this is going to be very heavy for the type of work you're wanting to do on the wildland side of things. So perhaps there's an opportunity to relook at the specifications of this particular engine. And I'll leave it at, I guess I'm wondering why the overbuild.
Councillor Laird, when we did the Pierce, or the Maxi Metal to Pierce spec conversion back and forth, it was noted that the Maxi Metal truck was a 750 gallon tank on that truck, and for some reason it was shifted to 1,000 gallons on the Pierce truck. So we are currently working on getting that reduced to 750 gallons of water. As for the 1,250 gallon pump, the idea was to standardize some of our pumps so we could also engage into a relay pump. So if we're running into a rural supply, recently we had one where 101 was the first arriving truck, and they were trying to push with 201 forward down a reverse lay down a driveway, and 201 didn't have the capability of doing it. So we were trying to go to the 1250 to be able to run that reverse lay into a longer driveway of a farmyard, so we can keep the second truck at the road to pump off of a porta tank, making it ease of use for the tenders to dump water off of a primary road.
Without trying to get too technical, it is my understanding that the new tender unit that we're getting for Leslieville will have that pumping capability on board. So that could change the dynamics of how you're doing your relay pumping.
It could slightly.
significantly from what you've currently got,
Oh,
I would
absolutely.
say. Has there been any,
Yes.
has there been any consideration, instead of using this, what is it, source well or whatever, of putting this to tender?
As reviewed with council previously, the source well process is a tendering process. It pre-qualifies the vendors and meets all of the legislative requirements for tendering. So I'm not sure what we would gain by doing an individual tender.
I think it would give us the opportunity to understand what the market is on this type of unit versus an individual group that we're obviously going through. And I understand the process. Sometimes there's value in seeing what people will provide in their request through our request through tendering. That way we can find out how sharp their pencils really are. That's what I'm looking for.
Councillor Lang.
So I have two questions. Councillor Liard kind of picked up on one. So the first one, I'm just wondering if a person could go for a 750 gallon per minute pump, which is what is recommended, or is the minimum standard there, as compared to this unit you're looking at is 1,250 gallon per minute pump. What could the savings be? Would that bring us back down to our original allocated cost for this unit of 525? I'm just wondering how much that would drop the cost. And also, I've had a few emails from residents at Nordegg because it's getting not quite meeting the minimum standards for personnel out there. What does that mean for their insurance ratings?
So I'm going to start with the second question first, Councillor Lang. As for the insurance ratings in Nordegg, we're not going to see anything change with them at present. They are a provisional rating, and we've been working to try and do a recruitment. We just did another recruit drive, and we've got, I know, at least 2, possibly 3 candidates that will be moving into Nordegg Station as well here in the future, very near future. And that definitely is still a challenge. And as far as your question one, I did just send a message off just to look at it. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't a whole lot of dollars and cents savings to drop it down to the 750 versus 1250. I just texted the manufacturer to see if I can get an update on that and hopefully provide that by the end of this.
Councillor Lahid.
I guess my comments here are I sense a shift away from the thoughts of the past where the 2 stations, Leslieville and Condor, had complementary roles, which means differing equipment. I see this being somewhat familiar with the existing 201. The idea with it was we had a heavy-duty chassis lightly loaded. I see the shift here being to a heavy-duty chassis much more heavily loaded. It's no longer a complementary role having a heavy chassis commercial pumper in Leslieville and no longer a light footprint on a vehicle that's able to access our wildland urban interface type things. This appears as though the shift is away from something that can access the wildland urban to something that's shifted more towards the heavy unit. And maybe you can comment a bit on, is there a shift or is it just my perception?
Councillor Lahid, again, valuable question. When we started to look at the fleet plan and looking at what would work best to maximize our resources while making sure we have some efficiencies within our service, When we look at Condor Station, currently existing with 201, which is the lighter, heavier chassis, lighter truck with the smaller pump, and that would be that wildland urban interface unit, did not meet the requirements for FUS, because you need to have a frontline rated truck, and they would no longer take Leslieville's engine as being that frontline engine for Condor. So when we started to roll this forward, we're looking at, again, complementary, well as ensuring efficiencies. So the new 201, yes, would be a little bit heavier truck. It would also have four-wheel drive, which the current 201 does not have. It would have the rated pump. It would be outfitted as a Type 1 engine to give us that efficiencies within that station. The only other option we would have is to go another big engine in Condor, and then a smaller unit to get into the fields as well. So this kind of puts them together, not 100% solution, but probably about your 80% solution. And then out of Leslieville, you'd have a light brush truck, which would be complementary. You'd have the Wildland / Type 1 truck out of Condor that meets the requirements for FUS, and a light brush truck that could respond together out of Leslieville. And then the two tenders, and then the heavy rescue out of Condor and a lighter rescue out of out of Leslieville. So it does complementary together, so we're trying to make the efficiencies and the best solution to move forward.
Follow-up? Yes.
I did receive word back to answer Councillor Lang's first question. Cost savings to move from the 1,250 GPM pump down to the 750 GPM pump is between $5,000 and $10,000 cost savings.
Councillor Lang.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, this is $50,000 above budget. We just found one way to potentially save $10,000. Is there anything else on here that you don't really need to get it back to our original budget?
We have been over this spec with the committee a number of times, and this is kind of where we nailed it down. They did take a bunch of stuff off to make it fall within that line. But we tried to match the two specs, the Maxi to the Pierce, the best we could to, at least we were comparing apples to apples and not an apple to a grapefruit. We're trying to keep it very, very consistent. So I know we've been through the spec a ton of times at the committee level, and this is kind of where they landed, taking some stuff off, but keeping the stuff that was important to them.
Well, the staff recommendation says, the council accepts the 2020 capital budget update for Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services, Unit 201 as information, and supports administration's recommendation to utilize fire apparatus reserves in 2020 for Unit 201 deposit, and for the balance to be funded from reserves in the 2021 budget for a total apparatus cost of $575,000. Councillor Laird.
Just following on Councillor Lang's theme of where we can try to get this back in line, perhaps you can explain why it needs to be four-wheel drive and if it actually needs a $10,000 AFRAX radio. Perhaps those are opportunities to save.
The four-wheel drive option kind of combats what Councillor Lougheed mentioned about the heavier truck. Similar style chassis, but a heavier truck to give that four-wheel drive push to get into the fields in the grass fire type season. So that would be something that would, I mean, we could eliminate, but that would challenge that unit in the makeup of a Type 3 engine. As that is a requirement under to call it a Type 3, it is a four-wheel drive unit. As far as the AFRAX radio, that was just following suit with the frontline engines all having AFRAX radios.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, I guess I had one further question, and it kind of goes back to the complementary nature that we're striving for here. With the larger pump, does that still allow that truck to pump and roll? Is that still a capability there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Would this truck be responding on its own generally, or as not the only unit rolling, like it has, sorry, and I'm sort of the outs, or the, not uninformed, but or looking in on this with not a lot of knowledge, but this truck would be responding to fires by itself? Is that what potential here?
What would happen? It would depend on this type of fire. For an example, if it was a structure fire, and again, location is where it would be important. So if it was responding to a structure fire, let's say south of Condor, and it would be Condor's first due area, it would roll out the door first, followed by a tender, followed by an engine from Leslieville, followed by a tender from Leslieville. So that would give them 2 structure-rated pumps and 2 tenders, and potentially, depending on manpower, maybe a unit or 2 out of Rocky to depend on it. If we're talking a wildland fire, it would respond out by itself with a tender and the light brush truck out of Leslieville and possibly a tender out of Leslieville as well, depending nature and area.
Okay. The light brush truck out of Leslieville, can it be filled with this truck, or does it require a tender to refill it?
It could be filled with this truck as well.
Okay. I guess, again, from my lack of participation in the fire committee over the years, or other than budget, I trust the technical crew on this, or the technical committee on this one. It's makes sense. And as for 4-wheel drive, I would not see why we wouldn't have a 4-wheel drive in this county if we could, unless there was substantial cost savings and it wasn't going into the, because if it's responding in the winter on people's driveways and things, I just don't see the point of not going with a 4-wheel drive and a heavier truck here. And I would not support that cost savings if indeed it is there. Otherwise, I'm okay and would be willing to make, if there's no more further discussion, make the recommended, or the staff recommendation as a motion here.
Okay, so Councillor Duncan makes the motion. Councillor Laird?
Out of curiosity, when we looked at the distance between Leslieville and Condor, and we made this discovery that we're at 8 kilometers, we're greater than that, what roads did they use to figure this out, and what was the actual kilometers between the two?
Councillor Laird, I'm not sure what determinants that fire underwriters used to calculate that, on which roads they used.
So we don't know the actual distance that they've calculated between the two hamlets?
Not off the top of my head. I can look and get that back to you.
It's a fairly critical question because it determines whether this actually needs to be a structural rated engine or not. If you need a few minutes, that might be well worth the time before we vote on your motion. Yeah, I apologize for putting you on the spot. I should have asked you earlier.
Councillor Duncan.
The only other comment I would make here is that I've never seen the price of these vehicles go down if we wait another year. That's, if we're ready to move forward and can do so within a reasonable budget, I'm again happy to make it happen here. But I understand and maybe I don't have enough understanding here on the response of this vehicle, and a structure fire, why not roll from just one? I guess for me it goes back to that question we had years ago, right? We're going to have 1 station or 2 stations, and if we're going to have 2 stations, suddenly we have to follow the rules that apply to any fire station, and we would have had rules if we had had 1 station there. I don't know what. We definitely wouldn't have been ordering 2 structure trucks if there's 1 station, but, and I'm not sure I understand why it's, how they figure out these kilometers, right? It's bizarre if somehow we would be within the rules of 1 station, but we're not within the rules on 2 stations. That's kind of what I'm seeing here, right?
46,000. Then your road would have been up from Condor down Highway 11 down 761 because you're on the crossroads.
Let's have a 5-minute break, and we'll let the Chief get the information, and we'll be back here at 10 after 11. Chief DeBen, you have an answer?
You bet. Within the fire underwriter survey, under Condor, what they're talking about is the distance further than 8 kilometers. So their classifier is 8 kilometers, is what they use to classify. Now, when you take a look, if you're coming through Highway 11 and up the Leslieville Road, it's 12 kilometers. And if you go straight north of Condor to the Leslieville East Road, you're at 9.9 kilometers. So the qualifier is the 8, so it does go over top of that 8 for fire underwriter survey.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Is 8 kilometers old standard, or is that a new standard that's just come in?
My understanding, that's been a standard that's been in play for a number of years.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Duncan. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask the question then. And the motion is the staff recommendation, correct? No changes to it? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion is defeated 2-5. Motion's defeated. Yes, Councillor Duncan.
Just wondering what the process is then moving forward with this. Does this mean this gets kicked back to the technical committee and the fire committee and then council again? I guess for me here, I'm confused. Are we needing to change the philosophy here of the type of vehicle we're going to order, or not even the type, but I can think of no other way than Cadillac or Standard, if I can use that. Are we, I think we need more direction than back. We're coming back and we're delving into this as a council, and it should have been, for me, it should have been dealt with at the fire committee level or the technical committee level to sort this out, and come back to council for more direction if that's needed on the philosophy of regional fire. Are we if we're gonna have 2 stations there, do we need to do some work on the types of apparatus we're going to have and the types of responses we're going to be making? Maybe we don't have enough information yet on how much this truck would be used versus one that is of a lesser size, I guess, is what we're really dealing with here today. So anyway, just looking for clarification on how we're going to move forward, and are we putting this off for another year, or are we just going to revise something here?
Councillor Vandermeer.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Duncan's comments about some clarification here. Where my thoughts are going are to make these 2 stations complementary. That's something that we have had as a philosophy for years, and I'm just not sure whether we have achieved the maximum of complementary service here at minimum cost. So what I want to see is that the equipment will get the job done in that area, covering both communities, and that it's done at minimum cost. It may mean one unit is changed in location, it may mean a unit is changed in spec, but I'm not in favor of 2 standalone stations that have duplication of the minimum requirements.
Councillor Duncan.
Just a question, what are the repercussions of being out of compliance with this 8-kilometer fuss code or directive, I guess?
There could be some impact on insurance ratings in that area, or insurance pricing.
And that would be for the residents that are served primarily from the Condor station?
Correct.
Councillor Lang.
Steve, with this fuss that came back to us, was it explained to them that these stations are complementary, that they're not meant to be two individual standalone stations? Would that have impacted their rating here?
It was very well explained to them that these two stations are complementary, and under fire underwriters, the way they classify it is using that 8-kilometer bubble from a fire station, and that's how they do all their calculations off of that.
Councillor Laird.
I recognize how they do their calculations. They pretty much draw a circle around, and if you're in that 8 kilometers, and I find this kind of contradictory because now we've got them saying, here's the actual mileage off the roads and the road network between the two. So I'm struggling a little bit here. They use that for their premiums, and yet they use something else for looking at these two stations. I think it's more of a comment. I have no expectation for you to try to solve that problem for us today. It's a fuss thing, and it's too bad because, I mean, I recognize the value of the complementary stations and what, you know, everybody's been working towards doing here. Perhaps there's some middle ground where we can relook at the current specification with the budget that you have and see what we can come back with, because it's needed to be replaced. We recognize that. It's coming, it takes a year to order one of these. Our intent, I don't think, is to stop ordering trucks. I think it's to manage the scope.
Councillor Lang.
I just wanted to say dollars are getting tighter and tighter for all the municipalities across Alberta. We're no different. And maybe these companies are just going to have to sharpen their pencil if they want to make sales.
Okay, have we given suitable direction to come back with under the 525, the original budget? Is that what this council is saying? Okay, so stick to the budget, 525. Item 7.1, council remuneration policy.
For me, so.
Okay.
Janice is off this week, so the agenda item before you is just the council remuneration policy that was looked at the September 21st strategic planning meeting. We did a few amendments that are shown in red, and so we just need approval for council as per the staff recommendation.
Questions or comments from council? Councillor Laird.
So on page 125 of 144, it's probably a clarification thing for me. It says the implementation of the salary and activity pay model will be in effect as of November 1st, 2021. We wouldn't be putting it in for January 1st of 2021.
I don't have the background to that. My understanding was it's November 1st, 2021.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Laird. Typically, administration's always done it so it coincides with election. And that way it doesn't come across as self-serving for the existing council, and a January 1st date would.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. The only other comment, if I may, to the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I would think that an add-on on page 128 of 144 might be to add council retreats under the per diem. Just as a point, since we're working towards that as a friendly amendment.
Any comments on that, council? Everyone agree with that one? Okay, so we'll add council retreats. Councillor Laird?
I would be happy to make the motion that we accept the council remuneration, I'll get it said right, policy with the amendment, as presented with the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Councillor Lang.
On page 3 of 7 in red, where it says council will base its compensation at the 50th percentile, I'm just wondering if it should be clarified and based on 50th percentile of the central Alberta rural municipalities or all of Alberta, or because it is based on probably about 12 or so. I'm just asking for some feedback from council, what they think.
Councillor Duncan?
It's always hard to do apples to apples. We do have the line in there that says of similar size municipalities. You could perhaps broaden that if you'd like to, kind of reflect our, dependence on industry or something, but it's, I think it's there. We just have to, the object is to make it apples to apples when you do it, and I think that's up to Ed Gross and whoever our consultant is or ourselves when we do that and we've questioned that in the past. Like, we've looked at the comparisons that are brought to us, and we've said, we're okay with this, except we want to throw this one out. We think this number is out of whack or something, but I think as long as we have a little bit of leeway there, I think we're okay.
Any other comments?
More comfortable with maybe just other similar municipalities as opposed to similar size. So we're not just basing it on size. We would look at numbers of employees, philosophy of whether you have, more contractors or more in-house equipment, that kind of depending on what you're asking your council to do, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. If you put similar municipalities and take out size, then it
just
gives
eliminate that.
it gives more parameters for
us to
Ed
use.
Gross to look at.
Thank you.
Seeing Councillor Laird?
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Any further comments? I will ask the question then. All in favor? Motion carries. The second staff recommendation is that council dissolves the council compensation committee effective October 13th, 2020. I think the biggest information that came from the council compensation committee was the 50th percentile, and we can see that in the new policy. Any further discussion on that? And if there's none, would someone care to make that motion? Councillor Duncan. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.2, the public member remuneration policy. Excuse me.
Good morning, council. So this policy is before council. The staff recommendation that council reviews, amends as required and considers approval of the public member remuneration policy, council-002, effective October 13th, 2020. So attached is the draft public remuneration policy as described, and it's a result of the revisions from council through the council board and committee member remuneration policy. Also attached to this is the procedural document for council's information.
Any
Council,
questions or comments from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson moves.
I'll make the motion as per staff recommendation.
The council reviews, amends as required and considers approval of the public member remuneration policy, council-002, effective October 13th, 2020. Further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7.3, the 2020 council retreat agenda.
Thank you again, council. So this agenda is before council. The staff recommendation that council sets and approves the 2020 council retreat agenda. So the background on this one, the 2020 council retreat is scheduled for November 13th of 2020. In order to ensure a successful outcome, it's recommended that an agenda is set to identify the following: the purpose for the retreat, the goals to be accomplished, and the session topics, including estimated discussion time, and which are to be led by a facilitator. Below is a sample agenda to assist council with its planning. So the council agenda, retreat purposes, and the examples before. Council talked about a 2-hour session, just with council for a private session. And then following is a generic template for council to fill in as it wishes. One of the topics that was agreed upon was the staffing policy, and council will see that scheduled from 1 to 2 p.m. if council feels that's enough time, or amend as it sees fit. So I would respectfully turn it over to the chair for council's discussion.
Thank you. So, in general, the agenda with the timing, any concerns about the general focus of the day before we get down to choosing topics? Okay, I guess the agenda is good. What are the topics we wish to discuss? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
I guess I'm going to ask Tracy Lynn in regards, we did some suggestions for topics back at the strategic planning, did we not? And I don't have the list in front of me. I was wondering if you could refresh our memories on some of the topics, if you had them.
Do you have this handy, Tracy?
Somewhere in my head. One of the suggestions was to talk about regional partnerships. Another suggestion was staff morale. I believe divisional, counselor divisional issues. And I think that's, yes, and I'll just quickly look up. Another suggestion was role of counselor administration. Another topic suggestion was county's funding philosophy for policing costs. And I believe that is all that I had written down here.
Councillor Laird.
All right, one that I think that would be very beneficial for us would be to have an update from our CAO regarding council admin organizational alignment with our values and how that's affecting morale, and where we've been and where we're headed to. That's one that I think would be important for us to understand. And when I look at regional partnerships, and I looked at that as collaboration and partnerships with regard to building and brainstorming some of the various partnerships that we have and our ideas as we move forward. And then with regard to the role of council and admin, I seen that as part of team building and problem solving. And perhaps if we need to, we can, I know they're in two-hour segments. It looks like at least the first one is. I think that the timing is appropriate.
Thank you. Is there any preference on what goes where, or any additional topics that are not already on the list? Councillor Duncan.
So we probably have more topics here that, although some of them are related, that may, we may be combining those in an agenda. Like for me, the regional partnerships one was more maybe not looking for specific answers to certain issues, but more how we are going to approach working on these and looking for better ways to solve the problems we're having with our partners. What can we do differently and it's not maybe something I would look for a bunch of information from staff for. It's more the facilitator. Maybe that's some of his role there to, how do we make these negotiations, these reviews of agreements work? Because we've struggled to get ICFs done. We've struggled to get other regional agreements done. They take a long time to work through, and it's often at a large cost. So I'm not sure that councillor divisional issues where that is. To me, that doesn't. Those are. I'm not sure if someone's referring to specific issues in their division, or is that a philosophy of paving versus broadband versus something else, or if that was what the direction is on that.
Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Just to speak to that, divisional issues, that was one of the topics I had suggested, and it was not necessarily philosophy, but it was maybe the ever-changing issues that now occupy our divisions that haven't been before, and maybe there's some new topics, or maybe there's been some topics that have been put to bed that have been issues in the past. Just to kind of, it was more of a review of different things that we've had to deal with, not only through campaigning, but through these last years, and now COVID has brought up some different stuff. So it wouldn't be a 2-hour topic. It would be something that would maybe just talk over lunch or something like that. It would not be, I wouldn't call that a specific topic, but more of, just more discussions in that area. So in each of our divisions. So I know for me, it's dealing now with Highway 22 issues, which is, yes, provincial, but also emergency issues of maybe the issue of extending 761, for example, has now been brought up in the last 2 months to me because of the COVID, because of emergency response being slow, things like that. So again, it's just more to let my fellow councillors know that what's happening in my area you may not be aware of, and just to bring everybody up to speed about that. And that, like I say, could be a lunch discussion.
Councillor Laird.
When I look at what we have to talk about, we now have to think about what kind of time and how much time each one is going to take. And I think it would be very beneficial for us to look at, where we are on the organizational alignment, values and morale update from our CAO, and then follow that up with role of council and admin, and then into the team building. To me, that makes, it flows then. In my mind, it allows us to go, here's where we are, here's where we want to be, what is our roles defined, and then working on continual improvement on team building.
Okay. So you would be proposing the first session with the CAO, the morale, the restructuring, and those issues being first thing in the morning, and allow us 2 hours for that, followed by, what was your second item, Cammie? You said that leads
I
into
think
something.
that rolls into council admin, our roles,
Okay.
which
Well,
then could be built on after that as in our relationships and team building and problem solving. I think that, to me, seems like the logical way forward. It allows us to see kind of where we are and where we want to be, what some of the issues are, and then how to build a team to solve them.
So from 10:15 to noon, that will be admin and governance. And then from 2 to 3, perhaps a whole afternoon can then be devoted to team building. Does that suit what
works
you're
for
saying?
me. Yep, that works for me.
Okay, so we have a proposal in front of us. Any other topics? Or are people content with that? Councillor Lang.
Those topics that Councillor Liard brought up, they, kind of flow from one to the other. So I'm just wondering if the session from 1 to 2 be moved down more towards the end of the day so that the three are all together. So the staffing move from 2 to 3 and the team building move up from 1 to 2? Just a suggestion.
I kind of like having the staffing policy there. It will be a different topic. So we'll have a topic in the morning, and then our brains will focus on a different thing for an hour and a half. And then we'll go back to the early topic and hopefully have an hour or so for more internal reflection then when we're dealing with the different matter. So, Tracy, what questions you have for us now?
Thank you. Just to confirm then that the 3:15 to 5:15 time slot would be option 1?
Yes. Just with council. Not a council admin session topic. And that from 2 to 5 would primarily be on the team building. That's what I thought I heard from everyone. Is that head nods? Okay, I think that's head nods, Tracy. Any other questions, Tracy, or is that clear enough? Have you been able to find a location for the 13th? I'm taking that's a no.
There are a couple of possibilities, but still some more research to do.
Okay. And you have booked a facilitator?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Would admin like a motion for that, or is this enough, just what we've done?
Thank you, Rehoven. Yes, if council could motion to approve the 2020 council retreat agenda as discussed, or
Is there someone who'd care to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Swanson?
I would make a motion that staff has, that council approves the 2020 council retreat agenda as discussed.
Further discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. The CAO report. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Rehoven. So the October 13th CAO report. First item, the Canada-Alberta Safe Restart Agreement provides funding to support incremental operating costs during the COVID-19 pandemic under the Municipal Operating Support Transfer, the MOST program. Funding may be used to support additional costs or revenue shortfalls associated with the pandemic and actions taken in response to it. The MOST funding must be spent on eligible expenses incurred between April 1st, 2020 and March 31st, 2021. This does not apply to funding allocated under the operating component of the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, the MSI, which continues to be governed by the MSI operating program guidelines. Clearwater County's allocation under the most general operating component is $1,214,741. Any funds not used for eligible expenses incurred before March 31st, 2021 must be returned to the Government of Alberta. Second item, registration is now open for the Brownlee Law Emerging Trends in Municipal Law virtual conference taking place February 11th and February 18th of 2021. Presentation topics and the agenda will be released closer to the date and is the same for both dates. The third item, October 9th was the deadline for interested county residents to submit applications for the following board and committee member vacancies. And attached is the following chart. Ag Services, 1 vacancy, 3 applications. Cape, 1 vacancy, 2 applications. Clearwater Land Care, 3 vacancies, 2 applications. Clearwater Heritage, 1 vacancy and 1 alternative, 1 application. MPC, 2 vacancies, 2 applications. North Saskatchewan Recreation, 3 vacancies, 4 applications. Raven Recreation, 3 vacancies, 1 application. Rocky and District Recreation, Parks and Community Service, 2 vacancies, 2 applications. Rocky Mountain House, Clearwater County Health Professional Engagement Team, 2 vacancies, 3 applications. The Rocky Mountain House Library, 2 vacancies, 2 applications. Rocky Senior Housing Council, 1 vacancy, 4 applications. And the SDAB Subdivision Development Appeal, 4 vacancies and 1 alternate, 7 applications received. Vacancies were advertised in local publications, social media, and on the county's website from September 25th to October 9th. To date, Clearwater Land Care Board, Clearwater Advisory Board, and Raven Recreation Board are short applications for the vacancies. The last item, registration is now open for additional Elected officials education program, digital courses as follows. Municipal corporate planning and finance, October 15th, Thursday, November 5th, 2:30 to 4:30. Council's role in service delivery, Thursday, November 12th, and Thursday, December 3rd, 12:30 to 4:30. Council's role in public engagement, Thursday, November 19th, and December 10th, 2:30 to 4:30 as well.
Questions for the CAO? Deputy Reese Swanson.
Yes, in regards to the vacancies that are still there, or we're short on applications for those vacancies, would it be fair that we can advertise that we're short on our social media platforms and that we'll accept late applications on those dates? So just for clarification.
Historically, yes, Deputy Swanson, we have continued those specific ones, stating that we are still in need of numbers and continue to advertise.
So we will not be accepting any new applicants for the ones that have enough applicants, but it's just the 3 that we are short on. Okay. Councillor Vandermeer.
A question relative to this MOST program. We are apparently allocated $1.214 million. Do we have reason to claim all of that at this point in time?
At this point in time, we do not, but we have been tracking our costs since March 27th when they announced. We set up individual codes right at the beginning. So any impact we would apply to that code.
Supplementary question then. Tax revenues. We will not be receiving all of the tax revenues that we will submit tax notices on. And could it not be claimed that many of these organizations that are having difficulty paying their taxes, it's due to economic turndown, which is also related to the pandemic? So that's just an extrapolation, but I'm wondering if that has been considered, or should it be considered as a possible component of the 1.2 million.
Murray?
Councillor Vandermeer, we definitely will review the qualifying lost revenues and expenditures as well, and see if there isn't a slot that we could put something like that in. So we will explore that.
Councillor Duncan.
Just a question on the courses. Are those 2-session courses, or are those the same course just repeated that you would just send it for 1 session?
My understanding is, Councillor Duncan, those are 1 course, but you can choose a date. No? Okay.
To clarify, the courses are 3 separate courses, and they are offered on the Thursdays running from October 15th to November 5th. So, yeah, there'd be like 2 or 3 sessions for each course.
Councillor Laird.
With regard to Brownlee Law, emerging trends, I assume we'll need a motion of support for any councillors who want to attend. I would be willing to make that motion.
Further discussion on that motion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Any additional questions on the CAO report? Back to the most, you know, we are in a situation where many of our charitable organizations, you know, for example, community halls, they've lost a significant portion of their revenue, and there are other groups that are fundraising efforts have been hampered, the fundraising for the schools. Because all of that is related to COVID, would any of, you know, if the county steps in to help fund those shortfalls, Would any of that be applicable to this funding? Mr. Emmons?
Perhaps I
Murray?
can address that. Similar to the response I provided for Councillor Vandermeer, we certainly would look for the eligibility criteria and see if that isn't eligible for funding as well. So we will explore that.
Thank you. Public Works report. Any questions? Do we wish Public Works to go through this? Councillor Lang?
This isn't on your report, Kurt, but I'm just wondering about that dust suppression up there. I can't remember the subdivision road, but off of River Road where it came to us that the oil maybe wasn't to the right properties of what it was in the past, and the road was redone. The residents are very, very happy now. I'm just wondering, what was the findings on that?
We haven't received any findings back as of yet. It's currently in the lab. We sent it off early last week, so I haven't heard anything back as of yet. So I can't provide any data as to that, the results at this time.
Deputy Reeve Swanson?
Just looking at the base pave report and in looking in regards to the Spate Road, that you're still waiting on Blue Mountain Power to realign some poles. So is there a way that we can communicate that, or is it just on their timeline, their schedule, that they do this, or can we? Because I'm sure it's holding up some of the other finishing touches that are happening there. So I'm just wondering if there's a way we could ask them to bump us up in the priority list, I guess.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Deputy Reeve Swanson. We have reached out on a few different occasions. Given the slow response we've seen from Blue Mountain, it will be cost plus. We will have to mob out a different crew once those poles are moved. Not only deal with the dirt berms that were left behind to support the poles, but also to landscape and seed those sections as well. So it definitely will add to the cost. But administration has reached out and asked. Now, quite frankly, to be blunt, the cost is there. Whether it's this fall or next spring is irrelevant.
Councillor Laird?
Following up on Councillor Swanson's question, what kind of budgetary impact are we anticipating? Best guess, I'm not looking for perfect numbers here. And then I think I have a supplemental question.
Yeah, Councillor Laird, off the top of my head, the amount of mounds, dirt, depending, assuming we'd have a good place close by to put the dirt, we wouldn't have to move it too far. I'd probably say $20,000. The longer you pack it, of course, that price goes up.
My supplemental question then is, have we got any way of forwarding the invoice for the extra dollars to Blue Mountain Co-op?
Off the top, I would say no, given it's a utility that has permission to be in the right-of-way to begin with. The relocation, we couldn't hold them to it.
All right, thank you.
It is now noon. I think we will break for lunch and we'll do the councillor reports after lunch, and then we'll enter our closed session. So we will plan to be back here at 12:40. 12:45, I'll call the meeting back to order. We just completed the Public Works report, and we will move on to councillor reports. Councillor Duncan?
Couple items, one I'll share with Reefhoven. Bighorn Backcountry met last week. It's a virtual Zoom meeting just because there's so many people in that group. But well attended and lots of discussion about the West Country and some calls, or the general calls for more to happen out west, and we're all aware of the priorities that the province has set, and they sort of reiterated those again, the preacher's point, the areas they are working on out there. They're trying to control the people accessing the lake bed. That's been an issue of safety concern, as well as potential for littering, et cetera. There were some calls for areas, or to reinforce or to be more defined, because the random camping that's allowed in the public land use zones there is some random camping allowed, and it's basically along the highway, but people are now asking, let's start to contain that into these random camping nodes or something, where you just can't random camp anywhere along the highway, but there's going to be places you can do it. The other general theme that seems to come out of this is we are going to see these increased numbers next year as well. It's not probably a COVID-related thing, and the government needs to probably wrap their heads around that, and that if they're wondering if they should fund things because it's COVID-related versus a future increase in numbers. The only one comment that I made was that there were some calls for, increased clampdowns, increased fines, be more hard on some people so that the education message gets out there, or that aspect. The problem is that almost the court systems were basically shut down until about now, until mid-October. So anything that they have laid on charges is not anywhere near the courts yet, and it has a good chance being bumped for the next long period of time by other more serious criminal activities out there. So the ability which is why, in fact, that there's lots happening out there, but ticket numbers weren't all that much higher. It's just they took the educational side as opposed to the ticket side to try and, because they realize the backlog that's going to be in the courts, and it's not why go to that extent. So, and the other comment I made to the group itself was that we can come down harder and regulate people more out there, but where are they going to go? And one of the comments was, well, they could go to the green area as opposed to the public land use zones. Well, that doesn't help Clearwater County or our emergency services in that respect, or even the enforcement people for that matter. It's still, and we don't want to be sending them to Brazeau County or any place else too. So good discussion, and the group is, doing a good job there, and they made some good decisions on trails to close, trails to improve, that kind of thing, where our priorities are. The other part, our CMRA meeting last week, Tim and I attended in person. Michelle as well, that's right, there's three of us there, and went well. It was, the two resolutions went right through. There weren't anything that was earth-shaking there, and otherwise it was largely uneventful. Al Kemery will not be running again as president, so he'll be stepping down after the convention here, and Paul McLaughlin has put his name forward as running, with nobody else yet declared for the president's position there. The one educational session we had from a lawyer was very good, COVID related. I think everyone here probably heard that. Hit home in a lot of places, and the reason as to why things are happening the way they are out there with government and approvals and that kind of thing. And if Reefhoven has anything to add, I'd welcome that there.
I think you summarized everything I would have said. Michelle, anything to add?
The only thing I would have said that is the lawyer from Alberta Council that spoke. I found him very interesting and very frank with some of his discussions in regards to the current government, Alberta government. So I was pleasantly surprised and yet comforted in the fact of some of his comments have now made sense to how the government has been going through this COVID and how they're going along with a lot of their in and out of their sessions. That's, as far as passing bills and going and being in session. So that was the highlight for me.
Cammie?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Nothing to report.
The one thing that, I have a few items at the end of the last month. I was invited to be part of the Physicians Recruitment Organization strategic planning meeting, and I know Councillor Laird and Lougheed were there, and the physicians recruitment is no longer called physicians recruitment, it's the Health Professional Engagement Team. I attended the CRMA. I had numerous phone calls and emails and a Zoom meeting with AHS to discuss the physician issue here in Rocky Mountain House. And then it seems like a majority of my time on top of that is dealt with spending time talking with and dealing with the town on the various negotiations and other issues that have come up.
For myself, I've been involved with the current EOEP course, and I have attended, or last week was the monthly Rocky Recreation meeting. We met in person for the first time because we were on Zoom meetings before, so we met in person last week. In discussions, we discussed the joint use agreements. We wanted a little more background as when is that they were due. If they were due, that's with the schools. And we were told that they are due to be reviewed with the CEO and the current director sometime here in the next, and there was no terms set out in those particular agreements. And we were told that that would be part of their town council's discussion in their service level reviews at the end of the month. In regards to, we reviewed the Recreation Master Plan from September of 2017. We went through some of the recommendations at that, just more for familiarity again and reacquaintance. As far as budget numbers, right now, we were told, like, as far as the spray park, the budget is for 1.25 million. They've got just over 442,000 spent. The sand filters, they had a budget of 180,000. They spent just under 80,000 on that to complete. The baffles budget was, the sound baffles were 75,000, just under 50,000 was spent on that. And the ice plant, they went over, it was a $1.5 million budget item, and they went over 12,000, and that had to do something to do with the foundation. So just where it was being set. So going forward, it's nice to see those costs, some of those cost savings and where they're sitting at. That will be, so I would imagine at budget time we will see some better numbers. I'd ask that we had seen some more detailed numbers, and they will in the asks when they're being presented, and they will be presented. So, and that's it. I will forward. All I got was the August Rocky Mountain House, well, their recreation report, because their September hasn't been approved to their council meeting. I would imagine it's either tonight or next week, and so when I get that, I will forward it to the rest of council. And that's it.
John?
Thank you. Yes, report on a meeting I had on October the 1st, representing CAPE in a Zoom teleconference with Senator Doug Black. He, on that day, interviewed a number of community leaders, and including superintendents, union organizers, First Nation leaders, business leaders, college president, and other community agencies, including CAPE. And I, of course, for CAPE, spoke about our transportation and logistics task force and effort, and as well as broadband. And in summarizing the meetings he had later in the day, he stressed the importance of ensuring the support that has been ongoing from the government will continue. He also highlighted a need for better broadband internet service in central Alberta, especially in rural areas. And lastly, he emphasized the importance to recognize that oil and gas may not play as prominent a role in Alberta's future. So that was the main the main messages there, and that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I attended a board training for Community Futures, and it was really good. It was titled Governing Your Greatest Asset, the CF Loan Portfolio. And it was about what happens behind the scenes when the management decides to present a loan for the board and their recommendations to approve or not approved it. And so they went over the 5 C's of lending, collateral, conditions, capacity, character, and what was the other one? Capital. And what's really interesting, Community Futures looks at these loans completely different than your conventional lending institutions. For example, character is what they look at number 1 for Community Futures. And where the banks, it would be your collateral would be their number 1. So yeah, it was really interesting. Some of the facts was that they presented was 98.2% of all small businesses make up small businesses. 48.3% of the workforce is small businesses, so they do really contribute to our economy. And the board, they talked about how they not only provide cash to help these businesses get off the ground, but they coach them, they mentor them, they train them, as well as the cash. So it's really good training on what happens behind the scenes before it comes to the board. So I was glad to finally get that training after a couple years of being on CF.
So a motion to accept all the reports. Deputy Swanson, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. So now we have 2 items under our closed session. Can I have a motion for us to enter closed session? Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries 7-0. It is 3:01, and we have just left our closed session. We have no motions coming out of that closed session, so we have gone through every item on the agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn? Councillor Duncan, all in favor? Motion carries. Have a good day, everyone.